All right. Well, it's picking up something. Let's just let's just hope that this works. Okay. A little bit behind, but that's to be expected. Anyway, okay. So, let's get this thing rolling a bit here, shall we? So I changed some settings a bit in hopes that I would get a bit of a smoother stream experience with fewer dropped frames and all that. Um, Mainly, I changed the output settings to like 720p, and I adjusted the bit rate to hopefully kind of gel a little better with that based on a suggestion from a website I looked up. Um, so yeah, let me make sure my phone's on vibrate before I get too far into this, so we're not getting that interjecting into everything. Anyway, I am kind of curious what the full screen stream would look like. That is a little bit fuzzy, but I guess that's kind of to be expected for a 720p live stream, and that's full screen. So, I mean, if you're not watching full screen, it's probably going to look a little better than that. So anyway, last stream that I did one Bible chapter and like two, you know, Darksiders gaming video things. I'm gonna try to maybe flip that ratio a little bit, or at least do some more Bible reading with this one. Because if I'm gonna be doing these as recordings for YouTube videos, I'm kind of gonna need that. I'm gonna need more Bible verses eventually to compensate and match the gaming stuff if I'm to keep up my schedule the way that it's going. So anyway, let me hop my Chrome window over to the Bible Gateway so I can have that stuff up, and we'll shift the stream on over to that. Alrighty. And this is also where I believe I will start recording the first video that I'm going to do here. Okay. So, in the last chapter of Genesis that we read, which was chapter 40, Joseph was, still kind of in charge of things in the prison, and the Pharaoh's cupbearer and chief baker had been tossed in the prison there. They had some dreams. Joseph interpreted those dreams, and basically the two of them were then released from the prison. The cupbearer went back to his position, but then the baker wound up getting executed, as Joseph had foretold would be the case, with how he interpreted their dreams. So, now we get to chapter 41, which, as you can see from the first few words, says 2 full years later. So it's been at least that long that the cupbearer has sort of for lack of a better way to put it, forgotten about Joseph. Joseph asked if he would, put in a good word with Pharaoh. But the cupbearer, probably caught up in the moment of being restored to his position, forgot about that. So, anyway, let's hop into this here and start chapter 41. So, starting with verse 1. 2 full years later, Pharaoh dreamed that he was standing on the bank of the Nile River. In his dream, he saw 7 fat, healthy cows come up out of the river and begin grazing in the marsh grass. Then he saw even more cows come up behind them from the Nile, but these were scrawny and thin. These cows stood beside the fat cows on the riverbank. Then the scrawny, thin cows ate the 7 healthy, fat cows. At this point in the dream, Pharaoh woke up. So, basically, Pharaoh now, 2 years after the cupbearer is restored to his position, has a dream about these cows, and is probably wondering what it means. I think you might be able to guess where this is going based on what happened before with the dreams of the cupbearer and the baker, especially the cupbearer, because the cupbearer is still alive, and to the best of our knowledge, still alive and in his position as Pharaoh's chief cupbearer. Anyway, all right, moving right along, verse 5. Because, this chapter is quite a bit longer than the last one, so let me not talk too much in between the verses. All right, verse 5. But he fell asleep again and had a second dream. This time he saw 7 heads of grain, plump and beautiful, growing on a single stalk. Then 7 more heads of grain appeared, but these were shriveled and withered by the east wind. And these thin heads swallowed up the 7 plump, well-formed heads. Then Pharaoh woke up again and realized it was a dream. The next morning, Pharaoh was very disturbed by the dreams, so he called for all the magicians and wise men of Egypt. When Pharaoh told them his dreams, not one of them could tell him what they meant. Okay, so second dream is very similar to the first one, and probably has the same meaning, but still, even given the similarities of the dreams, none of the magicians and wise men, as it says here, could find the interpretation of those dreams. Well, I think we know someone who interprets dreams, but let's just see what happens. Let's get to verse 9 here. Finally, the king's chief cupbearer spoke up. Today I have been reminded of my failure, he told Pharaoh. Some time ago, you were angry with the chief baker and me, and you imprisoned us in the palace of the captain of the guard. One night, the chief baker and I each had a dream, and each dream had its own meaning. There was a young Hebrew man with us in the prison who was a slave of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he told us what each of our dreams meant. And everything happened just as he had predicted. I was restored to my position as cupbearer, and the chief baker was executed and impaled on a pole. So, cupbearer finally remembers that, oh yeah, right, there was this Joseph guy who interpreted my dream. I completely forgot about him until just now that we're on the subject of dreams and their meanings. So, yeah, at least he recognizes that, he, quote, was reminded of his failure. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could argue it's one of those better late than never kind of situations, but I imagine Joseph would have preferred not late at all. But hey, you know what? All things in due time. Especially in God's time. So, let's see what happens from here. Verse 14. Pharaoh sent for Joseph at once, and he was quickly brought from the prison. After he shaved and changed his clothes, he went in and stood before Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, I had a dream last night, and no one here can tell me what it means. But I have heard that when you hear about a dream, you can interpret it. It is beyond my power to do this, Joseph replied. But God can tell you what it means and set you at ease. So once again, Joseph is not really wanting to take the credit for himself with this, but attributing it to God, like he did with the other dreams. But I'm sure to Pharaoh, it's probably like, tomato, tomato. As long as I can get the meaning of my dream, fine. So, verse 17. So Pharaoh told Joseph his dream. In my dream, he said, I was standing on the bank of the Nile River, and I saw 7 fat, healthy cows come up out of the river and begin grazing in the marsh grass. But then I saw 7 sick-looking cows, scrawny and thin, come up after them. I've never seen such sorry-looking animals in all the land of Egypt. These thin, scrawny cows ate the 7 fat cows. But afterward, you wouldn't have known it, for they were still as thin and scrawny as before. Then I woke up. So, that last little bit, it didn't even really mention before, I don't think. And I am so sorry if I keep hitting the microphone. But anyway, yeah, doesn't even say earlier on about the scrawny cows still staying thin and sickly looking after eating the fat cows. But Pharaoh mentions it here. Aside from that, it was the same dream. He's just telling Joseph what it was. All right, so verse 22. In my dream, I also saw 7 heads of grain, full and beautiful, growing on a single stalk. Then 7 more heads of grain appeared, but these were blighted, shriveled, and withered by the east wind. And the shriveled heads swallowed the 7 healthy heads. I told these dreams to the magicians, but no one could tell me what they mean. All right. So that one doesn't seem to have any further elaboration on what we read earlier in the chapter. But again, they still sound very similar to me. So I would think the interpretation is going to be basically the same. As to why the Bible would bother going through and repeating all this, despite the fact that we've already read it, one, probably for emphasis, and secondly, it's just the way the story would have flowed, I guess, because Joseph wouldn't have heard this stuff, so for the sake of being consistent with the story, Pharaoh now has to tell Joseph the dreams. And, in any and all detail that he can remember. So anyway, verse 25. Joseph responded, both of Pharaoh's dreams mean the same thing. God is telling Pharaoh in advance what he is about to do. The 7 healthy cows and the 7 healthy heads of grain both represent 7 years of prosperity. The 7 thin, scrawny cows that came up later and the 7 thin heads of grain withered by the east wind represent 7 years of famine. Okay, so they do both mean the same thing. And that seems like a fairly, it doesn't seem like a stretch or anything like that. to come up with that interpretation. But, I mean, it's one of those things where dreams are not always so obvious with their meanings and what's happening in them. So, yeah, anyway. All right, verse 28. This will happen just as I have described it, for God has revealed to Pharaoh in advance what he is about to do. The next 7 years will be a period of great prosperity throughout the land of Egypt. But afterward, there will be 7 years of famine so great that all the prosperity will be forgotten in Egypt. Famine will destroy the land. This famine will be so severe that even the memory of the good years will be erased. As for having two similar dreams, it means that these events have been decreed by God, and he will soon make them happen. That's where it's maybe slightly less obvious, especially the combination of both dreams, just meaning that God is essentially hammering down the point and that it's going to happen soon. But the memory of the good years being erased further adds to the interpretation of why the sickly cows still looked sick after eating the fat cows. And so this is where the interpretation gets even a little more nuanced and less obvious, or, not so easy to just kind of come up with. So anyway, verse 33. Therefore, Pharaoh should find an intelligent and wise man and put him in charge of the entire land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh should appoint supervisors over the land and let them collect 1/5 of all the crops during the 7 good years. Have them gather all the food produced in the good years that are just ahead and bring it to Pharaoh's storehouses. Store it away and guard it so there will be food in the cities. That way there will be enough to eat when the 7 years of famine come to the land of Egypt. Otherwise, this famine will destroy the land. So now Joseph's not only interpreting the dream and telling Pharaoh what it means, but he has a plan for how to, get past this famine that's coming up. Well, you can kind of see the little subheading there. But still, we'll read the verses anyway, because that's what we're here for. And, it'll give us more details. So, verse 37. Joseph's suggestions were well received by Pharaoh and his officials. So Pharaoh asked his officials, "Can we find anyone else like this man, so obviously filled with the Spirit of God?" Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God has revealed the meaning of the dreams to you, clearly no one else is as intelligent or wise as you are. You will be in charge of my court, and all my people will take orders from you. Only I, sitting on my throne, will have a rank higher than yours." So once again, Joseph, wherever he finds himself in Egypt, is, given a bunch of responsibility and privilege to go along with it. Just like he had in Potiphar's house, just like he had in the prison with the warden, and now the highest of all possibilities for Pharaoh and the entirety of Egypt. Anyway, verse 41. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I hereby put you in charge of the entire land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh removed his signet ring from his hand and placed it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in fine linen clothing and hung a gold chain around his neck. Then he had Joseph ride in the chariot reserved for his second in command. And wherever Joseph went, the command was shouted, "Kneel down." So Pharaoh put Joseph in charge of all of Egypt. And Pharaoh said to him, "I am Pharaoh, but no one will lift a hand or foot in the entire land of Egypt without your approval." So, further hammering home the point that Joseph is now like big wig, so to speak. Basically, vice president, for lack of a better way to put it, or like vice king, vice pharaoh, assistant pharaoh, whatever you want to call it. But literally second only to Pharaoh himself. Otherwise, he is to be given all the respect and honor and all of that that would be due to someone who would be Pharaoh. Just a tiny step down from that. Anyway, verse 45. Then Pharaoh gave Joseph a new Egyptian name, Zaphenath-Paneah. He also gave him a wife whose name was Asenath. She was the daughter of Potiphera, the priest of On. So Joseph took charge of the entire land of Egypt. He was 30 years old when he began serving in the court of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. And when Joseph left Pharaoh's presence, he inspected the entire land of Egypt. I assume when it says he left Pharaoh's presence there, it meant just like after that particular meeting. But, yeah, as usual, sorry for pronunciations possibly being weird. I wonder, so footnote on Zaphenath-Paneah or whatever it means, it just says probably means God speaks and lives. So, because of Joseph saying that, God is able to give the interpretation of the dream, and the interpretation seemed like, guided with knowledge and wisdom, that name was rather fitting because of what Joseph had essentially just shown to Pharaoh and his officials. Priest of On, Greek version reads of Heliopolis. The only reason it mentions the Greek version is probably because of the manuscripts that this would have been translated from. Because, yeah, sure, the original Greek Greek wasn't even a thing for the Bible until the New Testament, really. But when the gospel started to spread from Jesus's disciples going around to various countries and parts of the world, there was then probably a desire for the Bible to be translated into some of those languages, Greek being one of them, probably one of the earlier ones. So while the earliest manuscripts of anything in the Bible were probably, written in Hebrew, some not quite so early versions of the manuscripts would have been Greek as well. Anyway, okay, moving right along now. Verse 47. As predicted, for 7 years the land produced bumper crops. During those years, Joseph gathered all the crops grown in Egypt and stored the grain from the surrounding fields in the cities. He piled up huge amounts of grain like sand on the seashore. Finally, he stopped keeping records because there was too much to measure. During this time, before the first of the famine years, 2 sons were born to Joseph and his wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, the priest of On. Joseph named his older son Manasseh, for he said, "God has made me forget all my troubles and everyone in my father's family." Joseph named his second son Ephraim, for he said, "God has made me fruitful in this land of my grief." And if you look at the name meanings down in footnotes, Manasseh sounds like a Hebrew term that means causing to forget, and Ephraim means something like fruitful. Yeah, those are gonna sound familiar when we get later on in the Bible, but whatever. Let's handle the now. All right, verse 53, and this will be the last little chunk. At last, the 7 years of bumper crops throughout the land of Egypt had come to an end. Came to an end. Whatever. Then the 7 years of famine began, just as Joseph had predicted. Famine also struck all the surrounding countries, but throughout Egypt there was plenty of food. Eventually, however, the famine spread throughout the land of Egypt as well. And when the people cried out to Pharaoh for food, he told them, "Go to Joseph and do whatever he tells you." So with severe famine everywhere, Joseph opened up the storehouses and distributed grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe throughout the land of Egypt. And people from all around came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph because the famine was severe throughout the world. Throughout the world seems quite significant. I mean, it might have been just kind of throughout the known world at that time. But in any case, yeah, so the famine that was predicted was significant not only in Egypt, but like anywhere close by. So all these crops that were stored up for the 7 years of plenty, it's obviously had to be utilized because of how significant the famine was. But anyway, that is all we've got for now. I will say, that last verse is going to come up pretty soon here. But I won't get ahead of myself too much. Just note that that is something to look out for in the chapters to come. So anyway, also, even during the famine, Joseph was still in charge of things. Because it's like, why wouldn't he have been? He was the one that helped predict all this and, adjust accordingly. Anyway, okay. I think that's pretty much going to do it for that chapter. I don't really have too many other additional thoughts. So, yeah. Okay, ending that recording. Also, I'm noticing there are no dropped frames in the live stream so far. Yay! That's a very good thing. I like that. Because by this time, back when I did my previous live stream, I had dropped frames in the thousands for the entirety. So, yeah. So now the thing is, I'm not 100% sure which setting had more to do with that. Whether it was toning down the output quality to 720p or adjusting the the bit rate at which OBS is sending stuff. But anyway, all right, let me get to this window here. Just also taking a look at stream stats while I'm at it. I'm also trying to see a little bit of how far behind the live stream is on YouTube itself, as opposed to just what I'm seeing through OBS and whatnot. And I mean, it's a little bit behind, but that could just be because of the normal latency stream setting on YouTube Studio. So, on the whole, though, not bad. I would have assumed the dropped frames and whatnot was what was causing significant issues before. So, yay for that not being a problem. Alright, give me a sec. I need to get a sip of water here real quick. Which, my water bottle is, like, overflowing at the moment. Probably just because I had it sitting in my refrigerator just a bit before starting the stream. And then I, got it out into a much warmer room. As I currently see it, it is 83 degrees. Of course, that's outside, not inside. Hopefully it's a little cooler than that inside. I do have my air conditioner way back there in the kitchen running. And I've got a fan that you could probably see just a little bit of right behind me. Got that blowing on me. But it's still slightly toasty. Alright, so I think, even though my throat is not liking me so much, I'm going to try to power through at least one more Bible chapter and then maybe switch over to some gaming stuff. But yeah, we'll see how things go. Alrighty, so switch Bible Gateway over to the next chapter. And yeah. So far, no viewers of the actual live stream itself, it would seem, but whatever. I'm not really expecting that at this point. Alright, I might as well just get moving right along with my next thing. Because again, the live stream is, or really the live streams, as they keep going, are really meant more of, an additional thing. The videos themselves that I put out there on the normal weekly basis are still kind of the thrust of what I'm doing. Maybe eventually that script would flip, but I don't expect that to happen anytime really, really soon. Anyway, okay. Back to this stream scene, as it's called. And yeah, I guess I'll just start recording the next video and go from there. Okay. All right. So, welcome back to some more Bible reading. Now we've got Genesis chapter 42 as opposed to 41 from the last video. This is pretty much just continuing on with Joseph being in Egypt, overseeing the season of plenty, followed by the famine. And in that time of famine is where this picks up. But kind of going back to the home front, so to speak, to start this one off. Anyway, let me get a real quick look through how long this one is. Not quite as long as the last chapter, but still, I won't dawdle. I won't just ramble on too much as I go through this. So anyway, chapter 42, starting with verse 1. Here we go. When Jacob heard that grain was available in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why are you standing around looking at one another? I have heard there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy enough grain to keep us alive. Otherwise we'll die." Okay, well, yeah. But this is why I mentioned in the last video that, people from all around coming to Egypt would be significant. Wasn't 100% sure it was this soon, but I knew it was going to come up soon. Anyway. Alrighty, so, verse 3. So Joseph's 10 older brothers went down to Egypt to buy grain. But Jacob wouldn't let Joseph's younger brother Benjamin go with them, for fear some harm might come to him. So Jacob's sons arrived in Egypt along with others to buy food, for the famine was in Canaan as well. So, I wonder if that fear of harm coming to Benjamin would have had anything to do with Joseph's fate when he was with his older brothers before, or if that was really just more so, at least, just a general, yeah, that's a pretty long trek. Let's make sure I have at least one son with me so that I don't lose everything all at once. Could have been a mix of both, I guess. But anyway. Alrighty. Verse 6. Since Joseph was governor of all Egypt and in charge of selling grain to all the people, it was to him that his brothers came. When they arrived, they bowed before him with their faces to the ground. Joseph recognized his brothers instantly, but he pretended to be a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where are you from?" he demanded. "From the land of Canaan," they replied. "We have come to buy food." So, it's clear that despite Joseph recognizing his brothers maybe didn't really recognize him so much. Which, I mean, it's been at least 2 years. Actually, no. It would have been, because there was the 2 years in between the cupbearer's dream and Pharaoh's dream. And then there was the 7 years of harvest, essentially. The 7 years of plenty before the famine. So it's been at least 9 years. Given the time in Potiphar's house, maybe even closer to 10, or add multiple years into the famine potentially. So, yeah, it's been a while. And depending on how Joseph, I think it said was 17 when his brothers had, sold him off. So, that's a 10-year time span in which, a person's looks can change quite a bit. Anyway, okay. Enough rambling on about that. Verse 8, to my earlier point. Although Joseph recognized his brothers, they didn't recognize him. And he remembered the dreams he'd had about them many years before. He said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see how vulnerable our land has become." "No, my lord," they exclaimed. "Your servants have simply come to buy food. We are all brothers, members of the same family. We are honest men, sir. We are not spies." "Yes, you are," Joseph insisted. "You have come to see how vulnerable our land has become." "Sir," they said, "there are actually 12 of us. We, your servants, are all brothers, sons of a man living in the land of Canaan. Our youngest brother is back there with our father right now, and one of our brothers is no longer with us." So, I don't know if this was Joseph's version of a prank, so to speak. Kind of getting back at his older brothers for what they did to him about 10 or so years ago. Or if this is just him, I don't know. But in any case, he's, being extra harsh with them because of his memories, I would imagine. Whether it's, he's actually kind of a little angry with them, or just because he's kind of messing around with them. But of course, they keep trying to, as much as they can, talk their way into earning Joseph's trust. Anyway, verse 14. But Joseph insisted, "As I said, you are spies. This is how I will test your story. I swear by the life of Pharaoh that you will never leave Egypt unless your youngest brother comes here. One of you must go and get your brother. I'll keep the rest of you here in prison. Then we'll find out whether or not your story is true. By the life of Pharaoh, if it turns out that you don't have a younger brother, then I'll know you are spies." So, I mean, I don't know for sure what the reputation of Canaan was at this point. But I mean, obviously there's some possibility of other kingdoms and rulers trying to take advantage of a moment of weakness. But I would imagine, given how much Joseph would have dealt with other people coming in from other places, because it said that the famine was widespread, I would imagine that he didn't really actually have any malicious intent. He was just trying to, I kind of see this as a bit more of a prank on his older brothers, but he's just trying to come up with as good of an excuse as he can for acting like he doesn't trust them. So anyway, verse 17. So Joseph put them all in prison for 3 days. On the third day, Joseph said to them, "I am a God-fearing man. If you do as I say, you will live. If you really are honest men, choose one of your brothers to remain in prison. The rest of you may go home with grain for your starving families. But you must bring your youngest brother back to me. This will prove that you are telling the truth, and you will not die." To this they agreed. Speaking among themselves, they said, "Clearly we are being punished because of what we did to Joseph long ago. We saw his anguish when he pleaded for his life, but we wouldn't listen. That's why we're in this trouble." "Didn't I tell you not to sin against the boy?" Reuben asked. "But you wouldn't listen, and now we have to answer for his blood." Interesting that, they are making that connection with what they did all those years ago, but still not able to really recognize Joseph. In any case, so Joseph decides that, he's going to give them some grain to get by, but in order for them to really truly be trusted with more, they're going to have to bring back the younger brother that they spoke of. So, anyway, I don't know if that was part of the discussion of, who would be the one to stay behind. But anyway, verse 23. Of course, they didn't know that Joseph understood them, for he had been speaking to them through an interpreter. Now he turned away from them and began to weep. When he regained his composure, he spoke to them again. Then he chose Simeon from among them and had him tied up right before their eyes. Joseph then ordered his servants to fill the men's sacks with grain, but he also gave secret instructions to return each brother's payment at the top of his sack. He also gave them supplies for their long journey home. So the brothers loaded their donkeys with the grain and headed for home. So, yeah, I mean, I love of course, they didn't know that Joseph understood them. I mean, it's more of of course Joseph understood them, but it's acknowledging that he was speaking through an interpreter, so they didn't know that he knew. So I guess Joseph at that point, just because of all the time he had spent in Egypt, would have been speaking the Egyptian language to them, and then they would have been speaking Hebrew to him, both going through the interpreter. Anyway, I don't know if it really gives a particular reason that Simeon would have been the brother to get left behind, but whatever. It's not a super important detail, I don't think. But the whole adding the extra stuff in their sacks with the grain is going to come up here eventually. I don't know how soon, but again, soon-ish. Alrighty, verse 27. But when they stopped for the night, and one of them opened his sack to get grain for his donkey, he found his money in the top of his sack. "Look," he exclaimed to his brothers, "my money has been returned. It's here in my sack." Then their hearts sank. Trembling, they said to each other, "What has God done to us?" When the brothers came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, they told him everything that had happened to them. "The man who is governor of the land spoke very harshly to us," they told him. "He accused us of being spies scouting the land. But we said, 'We are honest men, not spies.' We are 12 brothers, sons of one father. One brother is no longer with us, and the youngest is at home with our father in the land of Canaan." So they're kind of recounting what happened. But as to the earlier part, their assumption must have been that didn't really look bad. That it didn't look good on their part. Like they had been dishonest because their payment it wasn't received by the people of Egypt, by whoever was in charge of giving them the grain. So that was probably the reason that their hearts sank, and they asked, "What has God done to us?" All right, verse 33. Then the man who is governor of the land told us, "This is how I will find out if you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take grain for your starving families and go on home. But you must bring your youngest brother back to me. Then I will know you are honest men and not spies. Then I will give you back your brother, and you may trade freely in the land." The whole trading freely part wasn't brought up before, but I would assume the whole giving them back their brother, whether or not it was outright said, was implied. Anyway, all right, verse 35. As they emptied out their sacks, there in each man's sack was the bag of money he had paid for the grain. The brothers and their father were terrified when they saw the bags of money. Jacob exclaimed, "You are robbing me of my children. Joseph is gone, Simeon is gone, and now you want to take Benjamin too? Everything is going against me." Then Reuben said to his father, "You may kill my 2 sons if I don't bring Benjamin back to you. I'll be responsible for him, and I promise to bring him back." But Jacob replied, "My son will not go down with you. His brother Joseph is dead, and he is all I have left. If anything should happen to him on your journey, you would send this grieving white-haired man to his grave." So, footnotes, I guess I missed one talking about Jacob also being called Israel, because we've read that multiple times already. And the whole "to his grave" thing, again, the Hebrew says "to Sheol." And that was talked about in a previous video that I did. I forget which one exactly. But it was kind of... It was more than just, "Oh, you'll... like, this'll kill me." It was more of a, like, you're going to send me into... it was somewhat of an early understanding of hell-ish. But anyway, so... for the same reason that the brothers were, trembling and their hearts sank when they saw what was in one brother's sack. Now, when they open all the sacks, Jacob is similarly like, you didn't even pay for the grain? No way. There's no way, if you're being dishonest like this, that I'm going to trust you with the life of my youngest son. Because part of the reason that he liked Joseph before was that, Joseph was younger. That, Joseph was born to him in his old age. So if Benjamin was even younger, like, similar sentiment going on there probably. But, of course, Reuben, the one who did what he could, essentially, to try to keep Joseph safe and bring him back home, Reuben's the one that is trying to give assurance for, Benjamin staying safe. And going so far as to put his own two sons on the line for the sake of Benjamin. But anyway, so that's going to do it for this chapter. Next chapter, as far as I know, is going to continue along with this storyline. In fact, I think this storyline pretty much continues through the end of Genesis. But for now, it's going to be more specifically about, Joseph's brothers and their quest to, provide for the family, and also interacting with Joseph throughout that. Anyway, okay. Enough about that. That's all the more thoughts that I have for the moment. So I guess that's going to do it for now. And I'll stop that recording. Edit the outro bit later. All right. And that is definitely going to do it for Bible reading video stuff right now. Because, yeah, my throat's not exactly appreciating all this at the moment. But in order to keep the live stream going, I guess I, need to keep doing something. So that's where I can kind of switch over to some gaming stuff here in a bit. But, while I'm at that, I need to kind of transition my camera and microphone over. Think I might take a quick bathroom break while I'm at it. So, yeah, I'll be back in just a bit with video game stuff. Okay. And I'm back. I told you it wouldn't be long. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'm gonna try to get through at least one Darksiders 2 video recording like this. If my throat doesn't feel notably better after this, then might pop a throat drop or something. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But in the meantime, I'll keep sipping more water and hoping that, you know, a bit less talking and a bit less animated talking, for lack of a better way to put it. Less vocal inflection will help. Anyway, okay, so let's switch this over to the gaming scene that I have here, and yeah. Let me make sure I've got this set up to start recording things. Okay. Welcome back to Darksiders 2. So, in between episodes, I did do just a little bit of upgrading this here, the mace, or whatever. Yeah, possessed mace. But only a little bit. There is one more level that I could upgrade it. But that's really all for the time being. And that was all I did between episodes. Now we venture on through this door. I think I might actually try and turn up the volume on my TV ever so slightly, because with air conditioner back there and fan a little closer, there's a bit of ambient noise in the room. Trying to get kills with sides because extra health. And these dudes are kind of easy. That one didn't give me any health. Did it perhaps die from the shock damage? And that was why? Oh, yay. And of course the door closed behind me. No, thank you. No, dang it. Doggone it. Oh, geez. Now there's a third one. Ouch. Even more teleport slashing. No, thank you. Oh, come on. Alright. Seemingly only one left. Oh. But now there's a bigger enemy. Lovely. Oh, come on. No. Yeah, that dude's attack pattern seemed a bit more predictable. Maybe just because he moved slower. Ooh, hello, boatman coin. Ooh, okay. I'll use a health potion and then just pick up that one. Okay. Weapon pickup. Relic of Etugoth. Okay. So, am I supposed to be selling those? I'm not real sure on that. They made it seem like it was something that you'd sell, but it's also like a side quest.
Go.
There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Okay, so that's the way I need to go. Actually, let me real quick check on... No, I don't want to check inventory stuff right now. Lost Stone, was that? No. The Lost Relics, yeah. Ostagoth will pay for any lost relics. Yeah. Okay. But it doesn't say how he'll pay. Like, do I have to just complete certain collections of them and that's gonna do it, or what? Okay. Soul Arbiter's Sacred Scroll. Uncover the secret. So, north, south, east. So now I've got 2 of those. Makes me wonder. Actually, could I jump up? Whatever. Forget it. Not gonna waste my time with those dudes. Rewards would be, minimal anyway. See, now you're right here at ground level. So I don't mind taking the time to attack you. Anywho. Alright. Okay. Ooh, hold up there. Hiya. Come on. Shoot the thing. There we go. Found a Mystic Stone Bite. Alrighty. So this is what all the stuff was for. Or at least some of it. Alright, so now I've made it across the way. Clearly I'm gonna have to blow up some corruption. And that was the primary, well, at least the first course of action. And now I guess I slide down. And then over here. And then I go this way for treasure. Yay for treasure. Even though I don't need the potion. Okay, so am I supposed to keep going down further now, or what? Ah, wait. Okay. Go over this way now. And down, and jump across. And jump across to that, and whoa. That was awkward. I guess I'll go up here first. Pull the lever. Which raised a bridge, yay! This was that room that I encountered in the previous episode that I was wondering how to get across. Well, I have my answer. Okay, so now what? Oh! I think I see what's going on here. Hang on. Hiya. You come down here. I don't know if this method is really going to be any more effective than dragging it would be. Or pushing in this case. Okay, so if I put that there, it lifts that up. But now, how would one utilize the other things? Let me check the map real quick. I wasn't able to go in this room before? What? Or was it... Oh, yeah. That's right. I wasn't able to. And I'm still not able to. So I guess the thing to do now is go back this way? Because the elevator should still be on the 3rd floor. The whole reason for setting that thing up as it was, I'd imagine... What the... Okay, maybe not quite so high up. Anyway. I gotta imagine the reason for setting that pillar thing or whatever where it is to get the elevator to stay on the 2nd floor. You know, instead of immediately falling down to the 1st floor. Because aside from that one room, I've done everything I can on the 1st floor, and basically all the floors, except for the 2nd floor. Okay, that was probably where I came out of earlier. Yeah. And then I had to do all the fancy climbing stuff to get over to here. So now... I drop down. And, yeah. Down to the second floor. See, now that it can't fall down, it doesn't. What is over here? That just leads me back to the first floor. So I guess whenever I'm done on the second floor, that'll be my way of getting down there. Okay. Because I'm like, I can't remove the pillar from where it is. So I was kind of wondering how that would work. Anywho. Alright, this is a... rather long staircase with a grand looking room in front of it. Oh. Pharisee. So that's the Pharisee, I guess?
You interrupt my slumber. You should never have left your grave.
Alrighty. Fighting time. Almost got hit there. Honestly, this dude doesn't seem to be too terrible in terms of, you know, how much damage he does.
Do you yield? Yes. Then I will take you to your king. I am yours to command.
Okay. Had to real quick switch over to my cutscene thing in OBS because I didn't want to, you know, block the screen there. Anyway, use interdiction at a summoning circle to summon a dead lord. Dead lords can pass through grates to interact with objects. Dead lords will automatically attack your enemies. Dead lords turn to stone to weigh down pressure plates. Huh. Interesting. So next is the Judicator's Tomb. Which, is that an entirely separate room, or what? Equip interdiction and press right trigger while standing on a summoning circle. Ah, okay. That's something I need to do, which I think I can do that down here, where interdiction. I think Y is the one that I don't have assigned yet. Correct. Okay, goody. Back. And now, interdiction.
I will serve.
Greetings, Pharisee. Turn into ghost form and pass through grades.
As you command.
So I have to keep this equipped as a command and whatnot. Alright. I no longer need you as a stone. Now we can go through here. So then I think I just go across the way, fall down to the first floor, Farseer is hopefully following. Or I can just use interdiction at this circle and then, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I gotta actually be looking at him to undo that, I guess. Well, hello there. What is this room? Okay, so the rumbling I felt was just him attacking enemies. Which, sure, okay. I'm fine with that. And there would seem to be no one else. I'm guessing treasure stuff is up high. Gotta switch to that. Well, I don't know if I need to, per se. And... Hiya! Okay. Gets rid of the corruption there, which... leads downward. I'm not totally sure that I want to go downward just yet. Is there anything else to be attained? Jeez, Lou! More possessed stuff! Both of them! Holy crap! Okay. That is definitely not possessed. I'm not sure if that's white or blue. If it's blue, that would be great. If white, not so great, because those don't really do much for trying to, you know. Anyway, okay. And downward I go. So it would seem. Gotta have that equipped. No, it's not, is it? Interesting. To quote Zazu from The Lion King, pity. Why not? Oh, well, okay. Maybe... Oh, I have to be in the circle here to... Okay. And now I have him go there.
As you wish.
And that gives me access to the treasure chests. Yay! Oh, hello, enemies. I didn't want him taking too much damage or anything like that.
Yes.
I don't think it was really necessary for my sake to have him, you know, leave that form. But still. Okay, now for two of these guys, it might be kind of helpful at least. Whatever. Okay, there's one down. No clue how the Pharisee is doing health-wise. Hello. Okay. Well, I would say having him,
As you wish.
helping with the fighting was definitely a good idea there. Not that I think I would have been in too much trouble. Oh, and now we've got, wraiths. I think that's what they're called. Oh, jeez. Having so many of them in one corner, less than ideal. Ah, dagnabbit. Okay. Nope, come on now. Alrighty. There we go. That seems to be it for the fighting. So wait, was that where I came from? Yes, that's where I came from. Why is it? Oh, that's probably the upper floor that has that stuff. Okay. So I ascend once more, because I got all the treasure from there. And I guess that's all I really need to do here? Another weapon. Another weapon. Another weapon. Jeez. Okay. Now I just need to get out of here. And, yeah. Definitely a bit of a longer episode than the, previous couple. But whatever. Hiya. But my understanding is that I need to get out of here to actually get to the next objective. Yeah. Find the Judicator's tomb. Okay. I don't necessarily expect a whole lot of action to take place, so to speak, between, you know, this episode, or between now and getting out of here. But nevertheless, I will continue recording just in case. Although I could, since I'm also doing this as part of a live stream, I could just end the recording session here, and if there happens to be anything extra, I can just pull that bit from the live stream. But that would be a whole lot longer and more involved, and I'd rather not do it like that. So, Trouble is, now I'm on the 3rd floor. Elevator's down on the 2nd floor, but I guess... I mean, whatever. Alrighty. Then I suppose... we go back up to the 4th floor. Because I think I've done everything else on all the other floors. Now which way is the way out of here? Not that way. This way is the way out of here. Or so it seems. And doesn't seem like there's going to be a whole lot going on as I make my exit from the Phariseer's tomb. Loading screen there was slightly troubling, but maybe that's just because I've been away from this room so long that the enemies that were in it kind of respawned. Although there was really only one, so it seems. Is he gonna do something while I'm on the elevator? Like, are they gonna have me fight things? Because, like, that kind of stuff happened in Darksiders 1. It has yet to happen in this game. And let's just say I am a bit skeptical at the lack of said thing happening. Anyway, okay. So that does indeed seem to do it for the Phariseer's tomb. I shall take my leave. And that'll do it for this episode. Oh, man. Okay. And that's where I will put outro stuff whenever I later edit the video. Although maybe I should think about... you know, just doing that. What am I thinking, and how do I put it into words? Maybe I should still try to do my video wrap-ups during the live stream. I just think that that's a bit awkward for anyone who happens to be watching it live, especially if they're not familiar with me and my channel and what I'm even doing during these streams. And I don't want to make it seem like I'm ending the stream when I'm not. Alright. Got a little equipment stuff to check out here. So, good grief, I got more possessed scythes. Also a lot of not possessed scythes. I assume those will help with... you know, because the sides are a little more crucial to things. And I got another... oh, okay. I got another fast possessed thing. Okay, I might ditch the previous fast possessed thing in favor of that. More experience. Equip that. Yes, indeed. Even though it completely obliterates my resistance. Oh well. No experience from that. Dang it. 6% experience. And that was right. Oh, so those both... okay, so I've got stuff for levels 2 and 3. But not for level 1. Interesting. Well, nice to know I can go and look at that whenever I need to. But, let's upgrade this bugger. shall we? Grim Claws of Ice. I guess. I mean, I gotta get rid of something, but I don't want it to... Yeah. Okay. Sacrifice. Accept. So, strength is already something that I have. These are all things that I already have. So, do I up the critical chance or the damage? Or the strength? You know what? Let's increase strength. And that is upgraded as far as it can be. So, now I think I'll actually go for this. Yeah. I don't want to... Just in case those end up being better upgraded than what I'm currently using, I don't want to sacrifice these possessed double sides just yet. I will, however... Let's see here. Sacrifice that... And then this. Because I no longer plan on keeping those possessed claws. You're about to sacrifice a possessed weapon, are you sure? Yes. Following attributes will increase, except... Alright, so we've got... So far we have damage and inferno damage. Increase strength, increase defense, or increase piercing damage. Let's go piercing damage first. Upgrade. Okay. So yeah, based on what I've read from like other sources, if you can get a possessed weapon upgraded and like have the upgrade happen on a blue or greater thing, then that's more likely to give you a better like upgrade bonus. I think that's about as best as I can word it. I guess I'll go with the Nomad Shroud. I don't really see too much point in keeping that. Maybe I'll go with these Pathfinder wraps for now. Okay, and then I can... They both mention piercing damage. Okay, whatever. Sacrifice that. Accept. So, defense, resistance, or more piercing damage. I mean, I lost resistance from the one shroud thing, or whatever. So maybe I'll give it resistance. Okay. Upgrade. 1 scythe, 2 scythes, and then I guess we'll go, because that's not enough yet. We'll go hammer. That is enough. Okay. Sacrifice that. Oh, what? You mean to tell me it wasn't enough? Dagnabbit. Fine, whatever. So, defense, critical damage, or piercing damage. Dang! I'd rather have more defense, actually. Because critical damage isn't as big a deal without increased critical chance. So, defense. And then, there isn't really too much else I could dump into this that would give it any kind of significant amount of improvement. Because all these things that are, you know, the white tier, that's the lowest tier and therefore not really as good. So I'm gonna keep my current equipped weapons for now. Anyway, man, I've been sitting for a little while, and especially as I sit in this chair, it seems I have a bit of a tendency to kind of slump down or whatever. I don't know if that's really what's making it so uncomfortable at the moment or what, but anyway. Okay. Quick check of the phone. No notifications there. Quick swig of water. And, yeah. So I do plan on this stream timing being a fairly regular thing, by the way. So, like, Thursdays from roughly 2 to roughly 5, I guess. Those seem like pretty likely... That seems like a pretty likely window for streaming. In fact, I may even extend the stream longer than that and just kind of have a bit of a break partway through the stream for when I end up basically, you know, eating dinner, and then after that go back into the stream pretty shortly. And anyway, because I could do this essentially until like 8 p.m.-ish and be okay. But anywho, alright, let me get back to figuring out what I'm doing here. Do I really want to include my journey to the Judicator's tomb within this episode? Yeah, I guess. Within the next episode, I mean. You know, keep it consistent. That way I've, Oh, hold up. I just had a thought. I would like to fast travel to Volgrim. At least I think that'll take me to Volgrim, or is that going to take me to Ostagoth? I'm hoping Volgrim. Serpent's Peak. Is this the direction I want to go for? Yeah. At least I think so. Alright. Yep, that definitely looks like Volgrim.
Come closer.
Alright.
See. Fresh merchandise.
See, now, I have seen on, like, the Darksiders subreddit and whatnot, people wondering if maybe it would be better to just save all your stuff for later. But the fact that Ornate is the highest you can get, it just... With the existence of possessed weapons and whatnot, I just don't really see... I'd rather keep coming back from time to time, essentially. Reaper energy per kill and Wrath on execute. Dang. Those seemed like good ones. Oh, while I'm here, I can sell stuff.
I have new items. If you have the code.
I guess I'll keep the Chaos Fang and that one, but sell these hammers, this axe, this mace. Basically everything that I have not already used to upgrade. Especially stuff that's got the white border around it. Brutal sides I'm saving because I want to use those to upgrade possessed weapons. Yes. Yeah, they're not quite as good as what I currently have. Alright, upgrade. Would that? Yes, it would. Okay. Sacrifice. Accept. Increased defense or resistance? I'll go with resistance. I was really kind of hoping for more damage. So frost damage and critical chance are reduced. As well as critical damage being reduced. But it also has all these other things. Looks like that might be more of my defensive possessed secondary weapon. Whenever it comes to that, but whatever. Wait. Map. Let me fast travel back to the Phariseer's tomb. Alrighty. Well, my throat is doing relatively okay. I think I could handle a little bit more of this. But after this next quote-unquote episode that I record, I will definitely have to give my throat a bit of a break. In the meantime, I will probably switch the live stream over to a thing where it just, yeah. To this window. Ah, hello. You bugger. Who told you could do that? I didn't. Also, I just realized I have not used Reaper form in quite some time. Anywho, okay. So, let me get that going. Alright. Just for kicks, I'm gonna... Well... Nah, I guess for consistency's sake, I shouldn't act like I'm introing a video the way that I normally would. Alrighty. Well, whatever. Time to start the recording. Alright. What's up, cool people? Welcome back to Darksiders 2. So in between episodes, I just did a little more upgrading of weapon stuff. Specifically, maxing this out, and then working on upgrading this, which is... It has one more upgrade level to go. After I get that maxed out, I'm gonna go for this, to see if it ends up being better than my current possessed sides. Also sold off everything else that I did not have equipped to Vulgrim. Yes, to Vulgrim. I went and sought him out. Opened up an ornate box from him. Used that weapon to help with upgrading a thing. Anyway, I need to go this way. Hold up now. See, that right there might be a slight reason to possibly fight these guys between locations. Alright, got a Mystic Stone Bite. Okay. Oh. This might actually explain some of the stuff from when I was first entering the realm of the dead that otherwise made no sense.
From dust I am reborn.
Is there anywhere I could have him go around here that would make more sense? Maybe over there.
Yes.
Oh. He can pull levers and stuff too. Okay. Cool. That looks like somewhere he might not be able to go. Likewise with that. The map has changed a bit. Literally just like that, though. Which direction do I go first? I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't matter too much. Another Soul Arbiter scroll. Okay. There is treasure nearby? Where? Where? Do what? Okay, that's a bit more like it. Maybe this is how I get to the treasure that's on the mini-map. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Nice bit of equipment there. Doggone it. I don't know why I gotta be like this, but that really has me wondering what's on the other side. You know, like over this way. What? Oh. Okay. Now this makes a bit more sense. Alright, come over here. I get treasure. And that seems to be all that I do here. Okay. So, yeah. I guess really if I had wanted things to go smoothly, well, that just dropped me back down the other way. So, okay then. Wasn't too bad in either case. That seems to be the way that I need to go. What the... why? Now it appears I need to go this way. And this would appear to be it. Gone. Another dude running towards me, but I am apparently out of his range. Okay, whatever. I have found the Judicator's tomb. Okay. Once again, a big room that is devoid of enemies, at least, but I wouldn't really call it empty. Use interdiction. Yeah. So this is the first spot you really need to use interdiction. Well, no. Should be the second, because you had to use it to get to this place. But whatever.
From dust I am reborn.
Okay. And then he goes there. I somewhat expected the middle cage to go up, not just the gate to this door, but whatever. Oh, come on. I pressed B. So this is the second consecutive episode that I'm recording during this particular live stream. But I am happy to report that so far in this live stream, I've still had no dropped frames. No, like, really significant issues with, you know, getting the live stream stuff to work decently well. No, thank you. Yeah, I got hit a little bit anyway. Ouch. Doggone it. Ooh, Reperform Plus. Death is inevitable, a fact made evident by his ultimate Reperform. Death is able to maintain his more powerful form for longer, and upon exiting, unleashes a final blast of magical force to finish off any who survived his onslaught. Okay then. Is that an automatic thing, I presume? Anyway, pull the lever. That raised a platform down there. Okay. Also, come to me.
I will serve.
So anyway, yeah, seemingly no major issues with the stream. I mean, OBS is telling me nearly 2 hours into this live stream that there have been absolutely 0 dropped frames. Whereas the last live stream I tried to do, there were quite a few. Let's just put it that way.
As you wish.
If I have the Fairseer go there now, what will he do? Yeah, I know. Is this particularly helpful right now? Okay, so it raises that platform. But I can't quite get myself over there. Alright, whatever. I release you. Yeah. So, since this stream has gone so well, now I'm curious if I might be able to increase the quality Okay, that's clearly not what I need to have him do.
Yes.
What did that even release anyway? None of this is doing what I want it to do. I am
As you wish.
insert, like, disappointed yell meme thing. Okay, for real though, what did that do? I don't know. Maybe I'll see when I get up here. Okay, so... perhaps I need to be utilizing these in some way. Like, maybe I drag this out into the middle here, between these other two platforms, and that can act as a go-between. And then, let's see here. I get myself up here, around that way. But that still doesn't answer the question of what I do regarding the treasure chests down on this floor.
As you command.
I don't know. Anyway. So the two changes that I made to the settings in OBS, you know, before I started this particular stream, essentially were... Really? Okay, fine. Oh. I suppose I will admit I failed to check this particular door to see if I could get through that. So perhaps I ought to send our Pharisee back to that spot and maybe it will... No, that still doesn't open that up. Alright, well, I'm... a bit confused as to what I should do aside from this. So anyway, settings I changed in OBS between streams were I reduced the output quality from 1080p to 720p. And the other one was that I lowered the video bitrate. Because I guess the default for OBS is 10,000, which really isn't needed unless you're running, I mean, from what I was able to find, that's really not needed unless you're running a higher quality stream. Certainly higher quality than 720p. So I lowered the bitrate from 10,000 down to 5,000. Which the video bitrate... Oh, hello. That would seem to be the Judicator. Anyway, the video bitrate is essentially like the number of bits, meaning like data bits per second or whatever, that OBS in this case is sending to the live stream.
I have no time for the likes of you, horsemen. I hear the pleas of the dead, not the damned. And what of the pleas of your lord?
I serve him even now, though he would reward my efforts with eternal torment.
You did leave the Eternal Throne.
Even here there are souls lost, waiting to be judged and sent into the city of the dead. I have heard 3 such spirits wandering the corridors. Find them and bring them back to me. Once I have cleansed them of their past, I will hear what troubles the Lord of Bones.
Alright, so sub-quest within sub-quest. Yay.
Why hear the pleas of the dead?
Before a soul can enter the city of the dead, its secrets must be laid bare and its life judged. It is a matter of mercy. The souls will wander, lost and blind, until then.
Okay. So, yay for subquest within subquest. So maybe after I do all of that, oh, I think I just realized a thing. Once I get the Judicator to come with me later on, then I can go back to that room I was in before. I can have one each on both of those plates that I was pressing down before. And then I could probably get to those treasure chests. That makes sense. Alright, well, hello. You're new. Oh, and you appear to be some sort of, like, necromancer. Ow. That's the first time he actually managed to hit me. Although I think that was the first hit that he even really went for himself. So, kind of caught me by surprise. I say he. It. Because, I mean, it's dead. Do dead things even have genders? Okay. Gotta be some kind of reason for that summoning circle there. And I assume that is probably the reason for it. Okay then.
As you command.
I haven't spent too long. I haven't spent too long on this particular video yet, so I might just, you know. Either next time I find a good stopping point, or whenever I find a, whenever I find the first soul that the Judicator mentioned, then I'll probably end this particular recording. Alright. Okay, he is on his way. The fact that the game takes the effort to, like, physically move the dude between spots is... yeah, well, okay, I can't go there. So I guess that means I should have him go here instead. That should hopefully not take as long for him to traverse. Oh. Okay. Hold up. Okay, that sound is mildly irritating. Dungeon map. Okay. Oh. There's a thing there. Okay, then. Did not expect that to explode both bits of corruption, but sure. Okay, back to interdiction.
Yes.
You go on there again. I pick this up. Now the whole bridge goes up. And I give the lantern thing to the statue here. And then that needs to be turned this way, which opens up that door. And now interdiction over here. Okay. Just in case he can come with me. Nope. No, he can't. I'm pretty sure that's what that little line means. In fact, he seems to pretty much completely disintegrate as soon as I cross that. There is water, it would seem. I'm hoping that's just water. Right. Doggone it, my brain was still on Darksiders 1 controls for underwater. Seems I can't do anything down in the water right now. Oh. Okay, now what? Collect first soul. Oh! Okay. That happened a bit quicker than I expected. Which means the way back probably won't be so easy. Ow. Ow. Stop it. Ow. No, thank you. Ow. Okay. So now I just need to return the first soul to the Judicator. But in the meantime, where would be the best place to jump off of this to get the treasure that I saw earlier? Seemingly here. Hey. Look at that. Oh, but there's more. There is more treasure. Well, what do you do about that? Oh. Also, there's more stuff down here. Dang. Relic of Kagoth. Or Kagoth. It's probably more like it. I don't know. Whatever. I want to get the treasures, but like at the same time, I don't want to take forever and a day with the only way I can seem to find to get to those treasures, though, is by getting all the way up onto this thing. Maybe it doesn't have to be all the way up. I don't know. So that's the entry door. That could be the first. But the second one's over there. So yeah, I kind of have to go all the way up. Oh well, at least it's not that long. So is that the location of the other one? Kinda seems like it. So I think that was the one I already got. Man, this is confusing. Okay, yay. More treasure. Okay. That's enough. I think that's everything that's in here anyway. Alright. So I shall return this soul to the Judicator and then end the episode there, I think. So now how do I get back? Well, how quickly does the bridge drop? Not like super quick. So I might be able to pull that off. Yeah, okay, that wasn't too bad. Oh, but hang on. Before I leave this place... Hey! More treasure! And then I do this. Hopefully the bridge takes long enough to lower that I can get across it. Yes, it does. Goody. Okay. And then back the way I came. Hello. Those guys showed up a little bit earlier than I expected, but whatever. This totally looks like a spot that could have had a stone bit. I guess they're called stone bites, whatever. Speak to the Judicator.
Judgment is at hand. Humans, always so frightened. See your life as you truly live.
Okay. So then, going through that door and finding the second soul will be the first objective in the next episode. But for now, that is going to do it for this video recording episode thing anyway. Okay. Alright, let me end that before I get rambling on about nothing. Okay, well, that has been 4 videos recorded within a time span of 2 hours and now 17 minutes. But hey, you know, I am realizing the live stream shows a later time at the particular point in the stream than what OBS is telling me that it is. Anyway, whatever. Okay, so I think this is where I will probably yeah, I just checked the full screen live stream of the gaming portion, and not so great. So maybe the next live stream that I do, I will try and bump the video quality back up to 1080p and leave the bitrate at 5,000 and see if that works well. If that doesn't work well enough, I might drop the frames per second a bit. See if that helps. Like, the frames per second of, like, the video quality stuff. But anyway, also, before I forget, I have other things I can do here. Alrighty, well. Reaper gauge. Oh, was that Reaper gauge the thing that was the lead up to the extended form, I wonder? Okay, whatever. Anyway. Alrighty, so my teleport slash is now completely maxed out. So it deals 505 to 584% damage, healing 15% of the damage done. It also has a 25% chance to set things on fire, and when set ablaze, they will stay as such for 7 seconds and take 148 damage per second from that. There's also the chance to slow the enemies with frost by 30% for 4 seconds. There is also increased wrath generation after using teleport slash. And last but not least, there is an explosion caused by teleport slash, which deals 682 damage. Yeah. I do wonder which one of these things I would want to go for next. Harvest. Spinning scythe attack that devastates surrounding foes. That could be a good crowd control kind of thing. Earn earthly strength is increased for a short time. So that seems more like a defensive thing. Aegis Guard, another defensive thing. Murder of Crows emerges from the ether, called by death to attack his foes. Cost 300 wrath. Flocks deal 12 damage. What? That seems odd. I don't know. Whatever. Or we have Exhume, which would basically give me some allies to fight alongside me. See, that hits me as more of a semi-passive thing that would be able to help out, whereas teleport slash, of course, is far more active. So that might be a good thing to sort of balance out. But eventually, I'm probably going to tack one of these on. Either... Okay, so that increases power and does stuff like that. Or there's the Reaper Storm, which could serve a similar purpose to the Harvest. Rips apart into a tornado of debris and fragments of ancient bone, laying waste to those caught in the maelstrom. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Enough about that. Oh, right. I have new weapons and stuff, and that's... Okay, that's not worth keeping. That is worth equipping, because more experience. And the only thing that goes down is resistance again. What? Why is it always resistance that goes down? Okay, so now I have the regular level 3 path as well as the secret level 3 path for the Soul Arbiter's Maze. No, dang it. Okay, so upgrade. What to use first for the upgrade? Well, ditch that. Ditch that. And then this should be sufficient. Okay. So do I increase defense or resistance? Resistance, I guess. And that is now maxed out. My resistance is so low compared to defense. I almost want to have this equipped just for that purpose. Also, like, Inferno damage? Alright, let me equip that and see. But now, I move on to these other possessed sides. Let's start it off with this. And that seems like it'll get it upgraded. Yes, indeed. Okay, increased defense, arcane critical, shock damage or piercing damage. Let's go piercing. Okay. Upgrade. Let's sacrifice these two first. And then I guess this. And that. Piercing damage, defense, resistance. Let's go for resistance. Still not quite at the damage level of my current possessed sides. And it doesn't seem like it will ever reach that, to be honest. I'll save that for now, because why even bother? Alrighty. Save all that. And I think it is about time I take a slight break from the stream. I will be giving my throat a rest. B, get something to eat. And possibly while I'm at that, I will, do one or two other things that would help me with being ready for work tomorrow. Although, maybe for the sake of keeping the live stream running, I'll just try and make it quick, just eat dinner, and then be right back to it. And then when I come back, maybe I'll record another chapter of Bible reading. Because at that point, I would be on to what? I think I already... Yeah. I already read chapter 42. So 43 would be next. So whenever I come back from eating dinner, I'll probably start it off reading Genesis 43 and see where things go from there. But anyway, yeah, for now, I will tell you what, let me maybe leave something in the chat section just so people are aware that this is intentional. Yeah. Getting dinner. Should return to stream in about 30 minutes. I'm hoping it'll be. If whatever. If it winds up being much longer than that, then I'll just add another comment in chat so people know I'm not just completely forgetting that this is up and running. Anyway, okay. Leave that. So my OBS chat window doesn't show. Oh, there we go. I gotta switch it over to live chat, that's why. Alrighty. Anyway, did I really switch it over to that? I meant to... Oh, maybe it was because of the typing and stuff like that. Because OBS was still open, and I hit Shift S in the meantime, which is my hotkey for the starting the stream thing. Okay. Really kind of wish I could get like a countdown timer. I suppose I would have to make a video thing to show that. Ah, whatever. Anyway, okay, enough about that. The more I ramble on, the less accurate I end up being with my timing related to the comment. Okay, so I will be back after having some dinner. Okay. And I'm back. I would say sorry for the extended absence from the stream, but I'm not really sorry. Food is kind of necessary, you know? Plus, my throat's definitely feeling a bit better after that. So, yeah, I guess... Well, hold up. I'm going to wait a second before I go too much further and make sure that, you know, the live stream is actually catching my audio so far. Because it seems like it's having some issues with that. That and only that. And the stream health says it's excellent, but the audio stream's current bit rate is lower than the recommended bit rate. I don't... But it's not, though. Like, if I go to my settings, it literally says the audio bitrate for streaming is 160 in OBS. So I'm not quite sure what the deal is with that. And is that really just the normal latency? All right. No, it's working. Okay. I just had to make sure for a moment. All right. Anyway, so because I managed 2 Bible reading videos and 2 Darksiders videos so far in the stream, I guess I should pick it up with more Bible reading. Okay. Makes me wonder when I'm going to find the time to edit all this stuff. Maybe some weeks I'll just have the Thursday stream and leave it at that. Anyway, let me switch it over. Okay. That stuff still works, yay. So, anyway. Alright. Gonna start recording this, and then we'll get right to it. Alrighty. So here we go, Genesis chapter 43. So previously, Joseph was in Egypt. Through various circumstances, got himself into a significantly powerful position, basically just below Pharaoh, who is the ruler of Egypt, in case you didn't know what that meant. And then there was there was a plentiful harvest, but then there was famine. And because of Pharaoh's dream and Joseph's ability to interpret it, there was still plenty of leftover crops in Egypt that could help get them through the famine. But the famine wasn't just in Egypt, it was also in other areas. Nearby, at least. So, because it stretched at least all the way up to Canaan, Joseph's family, meaning Jacob and the rest of his sons, also were struggling to get food. Therefore, they had to get food from Egypt. So, Joseph's brothers came down, most of them. And Joseph, for whatever reason, spoke with them a bit harshly, accused them of being spies, told them they got to go back and get Benjamin, their youngest brother, for him to actually believe that they're not spies, since they mentioned that there was the youngest brother still at home. So that's basically where we leave things off. Joseph has taken one of his brothers, Simeon, as sort of a hostage until the others could go back and get Benjamin to come with them. But of course, Jacob does not want Benjamin to go because he's afraid of what fate will await Benjamin either along the way or while they're in Egypt or whatever. Because, yeah. Anyway, Benjamin was the youngest, and so, he would be the most likely to not be able to handle himself, I guess. Anyway, okay. So now that I've, taken a couple of minutes to explain how we got to this point, let's jump into chapter 43 here, starting with verse 1. But the famine continued to ravage the land of Canaan. When the grain they had brought from Egypt was almost gone, Jacob said to his sons, "Go back and buy us a little more food." But Judah said, "The man was serious when he warned us, 'You won't see my face again unless your brother is with you.' If you send Benjamin with us, we will go down and buy more food. But if you don't let Benjamin go, we won't go either. Remember, the man said, 'You won't see my face again unless your brother is with you.'" "Why were you so cruel to me?" Jacob moaned. "Why did you tell him you had another brother?" Well, I mean, I guess, in that situation, they were trying to give Joseph more information, not realizing that he was Joseph and thus their brother. They were trying to give him more information on what actually on who they were and where they came from, and that they had no bad motives, and that they definitely weren't spies. So, I mean, I assume that was kind of why. But in any case, so there's a bit of an argument over whether or not they're actually going to go get the food, and whether or not Benjamin will go with them, and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, as to why they told Joseph about having another brother, verse 7 seems to have an answer. "The man kept asking us questions about our family," they replied. "He asked, 'Is your father still alive? Do you have another brother?' So we answered his questions. How could we know he would say, 'Bring your brother down here'?" Judah said to his father, "Send the boy with me, and we will be on our way. Otherwise, we will all die of starvation, and not only we, but you and our little ones. I personally guarantee his safety. You may hold me responsible if I don't bring him back to you. Then let me bear the blame forever. If we hadn't wasted all this time, we could have gone and returned twice by now." I find it interesting that Judah is the one that's, doing all this convincing, because wasn't Judah also the one that was the primary instigator of selling Joseph off? But in any case, I mean, Judah has his own family at this point, as we read in a previous chapter. And so, maybe he's kind of softened up a bit. But anyway, I find it interesting, almost like if he's the one who's going to go so far as to be responsible, then man, they must be desperate. But anyway, so then we get to verse 11. So their father Jacob finally said to them, "If it can't be avoided, then at least do this. Pack your bags with the best products of this land. Take them down to the man as gifts: balm, honey, gum, aromatic resin, pistachio nuts, and almonds. Also take double the money that was put back in your sacks, as it was probably someone's mistake. Then take your brother and go back to the man. May God Almighty give you mercy as you go before the man, so that he will release Simeon and let Benjamin return. But if I must lose my children, so be it. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. Also realizing footnote at God Almighty, just saying that the Hebrew is El Shaddai. The previous note was in verse 6 because the original Hebrew says Israel instead of Jacob. Again, used interchangeably a lot. Sometimes just depending on the translation of the Bible that you're using. So anyway, Jacob basically tells them, all right, fine. Go ahead if you must. But we're going to take all the best things we can to try to convince this general who you spoke to that we have good intentions and we'll give all this stuff as A, an offering of goodwill, and B, just, extra bartering material almost for the food, I guess. I mean, that's me reading into it a bit, but that would be kind of a logical way of looking at it. Anyway, verse 15. So the men packed Jacob's gifts and doubled the money and headed off with Benjamin. They finally arrived in Egypt and presented themselves to Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the manager of his household, "These men will eat with me this noon. Take them inside the palace. Then go slaughter an animal and prepare a big feast." So the man did as Joseph told him and took them into Joseph's palace. The brothers were terrified when they saw that they were being taken into Joseph's house. "It's because of the money someone put in our sacks last time we were here," they said. "He plans to pretend that we stole it. Then he will seize us, make us slaves, and take our donkeys." I mean, somewhat reasonable assumption, I guess. But, also, why add the whole take our donkeys thing? Why is that important? I don't know. Anyway. Also, these men will eat with me this noon. Not the way that that's typically heard, but okay, so lunch feast, I guess. But long story short, they went back, found Joseph again. Doesn't really say what the timing of it was in between. So now Joseph is saying to, prepare a feast. They seem to think he's trying to trick them and, lure them into a false sense of security, but he's actually going to take their stuff. But he might be thinking, okay, they've kept their word. I'm not really going to be able to keep up the act much longer. And so he's actually going to, start treating them nicely. Perchance. I don't know. Anyway. So, on to verse 19. The brothers approached the manager of Joseph's household and spoke to him at the entrance to the palace. "Sir," they said, "we came to Egypt once before to buy food. But as we were returning home, we stopped for the night and opened our sacks. Then we discovered that each man's money, the exact amount paid, was in the top of his sack. Here it is. We have brought it back with us. We also have additional money to buy more food. We have no idea who put our money in our sacks." Okay, so they were saying this to Joseph's household manager, not to Joseph himself. maybe thinking that, okay, maybe we shouldn't talk to this general guy directly. He might just get angry at us for trying to make an excuse. So let's try talking to somebody else who seems to be kind of important around here. See what he has to say. But anyway, they essentially told him that they plan on repaying what should have been paid the first time, and that they have more money for the current round of food. But let's see what happens. Verse 23. Relax, don't be afraid, the household manager told them. Your God, the God of your father, must have put this treasure into your sacks. I know I received your payment. Then he released Simeon and brought him out to them. The manager then led the men into Joseph's palace. He gave them water to wash their feet and provided food for their donkeys. They were told they would be eating there, so they prepared their gifts for Joseph's arrival at noon. When Joseph came home, they gave him the gifts they had brought him, then bowed low to the ground before him. After greeting them, he asked, "How is your father, the old man you spoke about? Is he still alive?" "Yes," they replied. "Our father, your servant, is alive and well." And they bowed low again. Okay, so household manager tells them he received his payment for the previous food, which I would imagine would put the brothers at ease a bit, but also kind of leave them scratching their heads as to, like, how did this happen? But, I mean, God things, sometimes you never really know. Anyway. And so then, they're getting ready for a feast. Now that they've been informed of that, they're presenting the gifts that they have to Joseph. Whether this was the money exactly, or, more so the other things. It might have been the other things, just to kind of have that show of goodwill on top of being willing to pay for the food that they want to take back home with them. So anyway, he asks about their father, who is also his father. They say he's good. And at this point, they're bowing down. I seem to recall that Joseph had a dream about this kind of stuff. He also had one that involved his parents, along with the brothers bowing before him. Maybe that'll come up a bit later. But he also had one that seemed like it was more so going to just be the brothers bowing before him. Anyway, verse 29. Then Joseph looked at his brother Benjamin, the son of his own mother. "Is this your youngest brother, the one you told me about?" Joseph asked. "May God be gracious to you, my son." Then Joseph hurried from the room because he was overcome with emotion for his brother. He went into his private room where he broke down and wept. After washing his face, he came back out, keeping himself under control. Then he ordered, "Bring out the food." So, I guess, there would have been a bit of an extra connection between Joseph and Benjamin because they were fully brothers, same father and mother. The rest of Joseph's brothers, I think, were technically only like half brothers. But, all this time putting up an act while still probably in some way being happy to see and hear that his family is alive and that they're doing okay. I gotta imagine that, him being overcome with emotion was completely understandable. under the circumstances, but he's still trying to hide it at this point. So anyway, now it seems the feast is on. Verse 32. The waiters served Joseph at his own table, and his brothers were served at a separate table. The Egyptians who ate with Joseph sat at their own table, because Egyptians despise Hebrews and refuse to eat with them. Joseph told each of his brothers where to sit, and to their amazement, he seated them according to age, from oldest to youngest. And Joseph filled their plates with food from his own table, giving Benjamin 5 times as much as he gave to the others. So they feasted and drank freely with him. So, I wonder if this was meant as a bit of a hint to the brothers that Joseph knows more than he's letting on. Because okay, yes, there are some slight chances that he would have been able to seat them in order of age, but completely at random, completely at random, the odds would have been, I guess, 11 factorial, but, he was probably able to see them and what they looked like, and maybe be able to guesstimate, so I don't think the chances were quite that slim that he would have been able to do it at random, but in any case, it may have been a subtle nod to the fact that he did actually know them more than he let on. Hopefully, in his case, subtle enough that they still don't quite get the connection. But he also gave Benjamin 5 times as much as the others. So that would indicate that he liked Benjamin more than the rest of them, I guess. Or maybe they're thinking, he's just trying to treat the youngest one extra well. Or something. I don't know. But a final note that I'll mention. The Egyptians despising Hebrews and refusing to eat with them. I mean, that's... I guess in a way you could say that that's a form of racism. But, I mean, it was probably pretty common, even back in those times, that people of different areas weren't really very trusting, or, that they didn't necessarily get along with certain other people around them. Especially with how much fighting often happened between various, kingdoms and people groups and things like that. I mean, it may not have been too dissimilar from, the types of warring that we have going on in the Middle East these days. I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, I guess that about wraps up my thoughts on this video. So make sure that, you like, share, subscribe, click the bell, all that good stuff. Look down in the description for more info on other social media pages, and leave those comments with your thoughts. And that applies both for the recorded video and for the live stream. But anyway, I'll end that recording there, and then we can move along to the next thing. Switch it to that window for the stream. And, okay. Stream is healthy. Yay. No issues there. I still don't... audio still seems to be working fine. So, meh. Anyway. Alright. Throat is, once again, not exactly feeling the best. I will be probably switching back to video game stuff here in a bit. But also, just disclaimer, at this point in the stream, maybe expect more breaks for me to, you know, get something to help my throat and or just maybe take care of various other little things. I did, you know, prep my lunch for work tomorrow. Speaking of which, I got to check on my work schedule to make sure that I still have my normal shift. I think I do, because for some reason, so for those of you who don't know, my full-time job is working at Walmart. And at the moment, you know, they've, I guess, done some slight cutbacks on hours. Nothing massive. I'm down like an hour and a half of work for this week. But anyway, so with that being said, yeah. Okay. So, yep, normal shift for tomorrow. Which means I will probably be cutting this stream off by 8 o'clock, if not sooner. Anyway, okay. Quick break. I'm going to try and get something to maybe ease up my throat a bit. I don't know. Maybe this water will help. And yes, it's a different water bottle than earlier. I refilled that other one and set it back in the fridge to chill. But in the meantime, I'm using that one you just saw. Anyway, okay. Slight break to, at the very least, adjust camera and microphone arrangement to make it better suited for gaming setup situation stuff. Anyway, okay. See you in a bit. Alrighty. Back to the stream, and whoa. So, okay, so I have a page pulled up in, the live stream YouTube studio thing that is supposed to be showing analytics. And the timeline of it just did a really weird shift. I guess just because I have now had this stream going for so long that okay. It's suddenly like slanted all the time increments because I guess it was still trying to fit a bunch of them in, but then it just went and decreased the number of time increments time. But anyway, all right. Enough about that. Back to gaming stuff, and hopefully my throat can handle this a bit, because I don't know if my stomach will be able to handle ingesting too much more things to help with my throat. I mean, I doubt a throat drop or whatever would really make that much of a difference. But anyway, okay. Well, anyway, I guess let's just get started with this whole thing. The live stream is a bit further behind than I expected, but like, I'm pretty sure it is still working. It still says that, the stream is healthy and all that. So, I don't know. Yep, sounds working. It's just delayed by, like, I don't know, a couple minutes or something, I guess. Anywho. Okay. Time to record more Darksiders 2 stuff. By the way, I have already recorded like an entire week's worth of videos in this stream. In case you're wondering how this stuff works. The thing is, at some point, I'm gonna have to go back and like edit all this stuff. So maybe, I don't know. This leads me to the idea where I may eventually have editing streams, but you see, thinking a bit ahead, those might not be something that I'll want to make public. That could, long term be some sort of like Patreon reward tier thing. But anyway, okay, let me stop dawdling on all that stuff and actually get to recording another video. Here we go. So, welcome back to Darksiders. In between episodes, I just put the last skill point finally in the teleport slash, so that is completely maxed out as much as possible. And then I did some weapon upgrading. Started by maxing this out, and then I worked on getting this upgraded, but this still has quite a ways to go. And I want to make sure that I max it out before I would potentially ditch it for just because then I would know for sure that these scythes are legitimately better. So anyway, with that, I continue on to find the second soul for the adjudicator. That is what he's called, right? Pretty sure. Okay, moving along. Oh, hello. Oh, that's right. I equipped the, I equipped the other possessed secondary weapon. Oh, jeez. Bigger enemy, dude. Ow. No. Okay. No, thank you. Okay. Is that it for the enemies? No, that is definitely not it. Oh, this guy. He kind of reminds me of a different enemy from one of the other games. Ow. Okay. He's dead. And that seems to do it for the fighting in this room. Treasure. Really, I think when I'm not specifically using a particular item, ability thing, I should probably have the death grip equipped. Because, you know, there are some slight potential uses for that in combat. But anyway, okay, seems I need to head in this direction next. Also, I know the weapon stats, like, for the attack on these things, say their damage is a bit lower than, the one hammer thing I was using before. But it's not inherently obvious that they're a significant downgrade or anything like that.
As you wish.
Okay. I just opened up a bunch of wall running stuff. Oh, geez. Okay. Went a little too far. Got, a bit greedy, you might say. Okay, so let's stop here. Get this treasure. Which is what I really would have wanted to do anyway. Okay. And that's how you handle that. You know, the second time I tried it, not the first time. Okay. Am I supposed to try and wall run toward that, or just jump from here and... Okay. I have answered my own question. Okay, that drops down somewhere that I'm not entirely sure I want to go yet. But at the same time, I can't go there. So there's really nowhere else to go at the moment. Oh wait, no, that's back to the beginning. What the... Dagnabbit. Ugh.
Yes.
Okay. One more time. Do all this. Okay. So. Definitely don't want to... Unless maybe I'm supposed to keep him there.
As you wish.
Oh. Okay. Could have sent the dude there, but doesn't really seem altogether necessary. Okay, so where's that spot that the thing just flipped around? It's there. Where? How do I get there? Perhaps that will be revealed later. Because at the moment, I don't really see how that would happen. Well, let me try backtracking just a little bit. See if I can... No, never mind, I can't. Well, not like that anyway. Let me go back down here and just see... Oh, hold up. That... Yeah. Okay. Sure. Relic of Etugoth. This time I go over here. Open the treasure chest. Okay. Now what is over here? Or is that just another way to get... Oh. I completely missed that method of getting to those things. Okay. Alright, can I release my dude from whatever he's doing now? I don't know. Whatever. Hello. Alright, you know what? Forget you guys. Okay. I am healed. Mostly, if not entirely. Does it matter which way I go here? Doesn't inherently seem like it. Bam. Open the treasure. Skeleton key. Okay. Moving around to the other side. I kind of expected more enemies, but whatever. There's a stone bite thing in the middle there, I think. But how do I get the proper angle to actually hit it? No? Alright, what the heck? Maybe from here? Really? That's dumb. There has to be some angle from which it will let me hit that. Maybe I have to be up here? Nah, that doesn't really make significantly more sense. Oh, this is actually just an upper extension of a room I was in before. Okay, that makes sense. So eventually I'll get back there and just look up. Okay, so I think I've done all that I can in this general room. So is it... No, this is not the room that had the stone bite, or whatever you call it. Dang, dude. Okay. Those dudes are dead. Maybe it was this room? No, it can't be that. Well, then what the crap? I don't know. Whatever. Oh, another one of these kind of rooms. Doesn't this look familiar? There's a thing down there. Boatman coin. Yes, indeed. That seems to be all that's down there. Alrighty. Moving along. I climb up here. There is a thing over that way. Well, I didn't even actually see that that was there first. That was just kind of my gut reaction. because that was what made the most sense to me. Okay. So here we are. Collecting the second soul. Well, hello. Ow. Jeez, loot. Okay. Ooh, execution. Ow. Owie. Okay. Okay, this seems to be the uppermost place to fall down to, for lack of a better way to put it. I don't know if I'd be able to make it over to that thing. What the heck? Okay, that was a weird way of making that happen, but sure. Why not? Alright, so there's that, but then there's also like a treasure thing right here. Yay. Okay. And then I go here. What the? Well, phooey. At least that's the worst case scenario. Oh, okay. Somehow I managed to land there. I mean, that was sort of a maybe. I was not counting on that actually working. Do. Whatever. I couldn't really see any other obvious treasure chests or collectibles around here. So I think I'm just gonna exit the room and head on back to the Judicator. I'm still wondering about that one thing though, because it seems like that was a stone bite that I should have been able to collect or whatever.
From dust I am reborn.
Actually, I don't even need him now, do I? Because I can just go over this way and end up here. Yeah. Okay, but then this room over this way. How does one... So like this... Oh, geez, it's that room. Okay. To be honest, I wasn't even totally sure which room I was looking at before. But now I see it and it makes more sense. Okay. Duly noted. So I'll just head on back to the Judicator. I may try and get that thing in between episodes if that seems like a reasonable possibility. For a second I was like, okay, minimap, why have you not updated to where I currently am? Given the general direction that I just was, that kind of makes sense.
Judgment is at hand. Humans, always so frightened. See your life as you truly live.
And one last soul left to find. But that's gonna have to be for the next episode. So this is where I entered from, right? But real quick, if this is the room that I think it is, yeah, I can just kablam. Power Stone Bite. Okay. Alright, so I didn't have to make that an in-between episodes thing. Alright. Speaking of episodes, I think that's gonna do it for this one. So, yeah. You know the general gist. Anyway, I'll put in the outro bit as I edit this, I think. Because I kind of prefer doing it that way. It feels awkward trying to outro a video that I'm recording while there's a live stream going on. I mean, I realize if nobody's watching the live stream, it doesn't make much difference. But maybe somebody will watch the archived live stream later. Anyway, okay. Let me stop my rambling and end the recording. Alright. That definitely does not hurt my throat as much, doing the gaming videos like this. So I could probably do a few more of these, if I really wanted. I might just finish things with the Judicator, and then leave it at that for today's stream. In the meantime, I have things to do. Namely... no, dang it. I keep doing that. Press the bumper when I want the trigger. Reduced wrath cost. And extra health, but... I'd rather keep the health and wrath on execute, I think. Any of these worth swapping out? No. 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 Definitely no. That'd be interesting if I wanted to do a gold build. Or a gold farming build, you might call it. Okay, anyway. So... yeah. I guess on the whole, I kind of prefer using this secondary weapon, though. I mean, these weren't bad, but, still. Alrighty, upgrade time. Let's, not that. I'll, sack those. Sack those. Sack those. And, okay. Punishing Claws of Fire. That's actually quite a bit of damage. But this one's definitely not as good on that. So, sacrifice, accept. So, do I add defense, critical damage, arcane, or more resistance? Probably defense. Also, the damage numbers are still going up a bit on this one. Alright. Sack that. And that. I think between these two, it should be enough to bump it up to the next level. Defense, arcane, so critical damage, or arcane critical damage, or just arcane. You know what? My default mode is still to use more of the normal attacks. So let's go for just plain crit damage. I still don't think the regular damage is gonna... I don't know, whatever. I definitely won't be able to level that up another time just yet. Even though that goes quite a ways toward doing that. Somewhere between a quarter and a third. But anyway. Okay. Back to that. And which way? Okay. New door is this way. Okay. Man. But, yeah, so, I gotta say, still, 4.25 hours of streaming and 0 dropped frames. So, the adjustments I made definitely helped. I'm just wondering if I'll be able to undo some of that and still have it work out decently next time. Well, that's something to ponder later. I probably said earlier on the other considerations I had for that. So anyway, alrighty, well, let me get another swig of water here. And then I will start recording another episode. Okay. Welcome back to Darksiders 2. I just upgraded the one set of possessed scythes in between episodes. And that was really it. Okay, so now we are going to collect the final soul that the Judicator desires to have. Rise. Hello. Oh, fun. I mean, if it's only one of these dudes, that's really nothing new. What the heck? I keep... There we go. I have to have the stick pointed in the direction that I'm trying to do the attack. For that to really work. Really? Okay, he's dead. Goody. Anyone else? Seemingly not. Okay. Hiya. Second floor. Well, okay. I assume that was the first floor that I was on. Oh, geez, which way to go?
As you command.
Let's send you over there and see what happens. That released that, which I get a distinct feeling might be the next thing. I just don't know where to go from here. Oh, hold up. Nope. Okay, so not like that. Well, but it definitely starts there. Am I just missing something? It doesn't seem like there's a really easy way to get up onto that. Nah, okay. So, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna try sending the dude over here.
Yes.
And I'll see what that does. Okay, that releases one that's up even higher. So, to start things off, I think I need him over there. But I need myself to go here. Oh, okay. I was unintentionally thinking about it backwards. So now I send that dude there.
Yes.
Which then opens the upper one. And I think through whatever series of parkour type stuff that Death ends up doing here, I'll end up able to get to that. Okay. And essentially all that just to get to a bomb to throw at this corruption and then release the elevator. Alrighty. That stuff, I guess, is not necessary anymore. I'll just go through the door. There is water here. There is boatman point in the water here. Okay. That's probably the right trigger thing that it was showing even as I entered the room. Oh, geez. Third soul already? Okay. Out of these sets of 3 things to collect, the third one almost always seems to go a little quicker than the others for some reason. Almost like it wants to encourage you to keep going a little bit after that. The Bone Keeper. I know, I wanted the execution there, dang it. Nope, that. There we go. Do they really want you to try and just shoot that dude in the midst of all this fighting? None of these dudes really deal a ton of damage. So, you know, with the health that I gain back from executions and or side kills, taking a couple of hits here and there is not the end of the world. Execution, yes please and thank you. Okay, Bone Keeper's gone. Oh geez, Bone Giant. Dang, that was pretty quick and easy comparatively. You know, comparative to the first part of the battle. Stone Bite! Mystic Stone Bite. Okay. Well, now that that's all done, maybe I can finally get the heck out of here. But first, I see there is something to collect over here. Book of the Dead page. Okay then. Yeah. Oh, there are stairs. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Splash. Alrighty, back to the Judicator. I suppose now I need to... Yeah, there we go. Back down to floor 1. I wonder if the little soul, I don't know, the green thing that looks like a soul that's swirling around Death's arm is an indicator of, you know, the health gain on crit. Or just health gained from scythe kills kind of thing. Anywho. Okay. Back to the Judicator. One more time.
Judgment is at hand. Humans, always so frightened. See your life as you truly live.
It is finished. Your lord summons you.
I am ever his servant. You forget your station, Nephilim. You may be a horseman, but I am a lord of the dead.
And your king demands an audience.
This realm belongs to corruption now. None alive can stand against it.
You misjudge me.
You ride without the power of the seals at your back. You would not survive even the weakest trial of the realm.
I brought low the arena's champion.
That is but a game, Pale Rider. There are other trials meant to punish. Speak with the voice in the Gilded Arena. Ask of the Psychomeron. If you live, we will speak again.
Okay. Judicator's tomb completed. Basilius. So I'm supposed to return to the Gilded Arena for that bit. Okay. I was wondering what would happen. Oh, but as I'm headed on my way back, I would like to do a thing in this room that I think is now possible, since I can command 2 dudes. I just gotta find out where exactly I summon the dudes. Over here, I think. Yeah. There we go.
From dust I am reborn.
They both look far more similar like this now. So I'm a-thinking I can have one go over there
As you wish.
and another go there.
As you wish.
Hey, look at that. They do have slightly different voices. Or it might be the same voice, just pitched a little different. Anywho. Okay. I think that's pretty much all I need to do around here. Which means the next episode will have me go toward the Gilded Arena, I suppose. back to the Gilded Arena. Because, you know, I was there once before. But anyway, is this where I'm supposed to go now? Yes. So it would seem. Although I could just leave this place and, you know. I mean, like, I could fast travel out of this place. But I thought, you know, for the sake of closure and a better wrap up of the episode, oh, come on. Did it really get stuck like that? Oh, man. If that's the case, then, well, I sure hope it saved. If it did, then, well, whatever. Whatever happened, I guess I'll figure that out in between episodes, because this genuinely seems stuck here. So, yeah, anyway, you know the drill. I'll just stop the recording now and put the outro in later. Okay. So, that was awkward. Let me try going back. I'm gonna quit Darksiders 2, then go back into the game and see what happened there. I think that might be the first time that Darksiders 2 has just outright stopped on me like that. I mean, I know I had the soft lock before with Karn being stuck, and then I had the glitch with the Guardian battle. That was the first glitch I've had since then. So, rather odd way to end things off, but I do think that is, sufficient for one evening. Let me just make sure that I go back there.
This has been the journey so far.
Blah, 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 blah.
A grand arena gilded by blood.
Still giving me that particular introductory thing? Well, because I'm still trying to assemble the dead court, I guess.
He must have his dead court.
Okay, continue. I suppose this, if anything, will tell me... Okay, yeah. Still has Basilius as the next thing. And it's saved in this room, so yeah, I'm probably good to go. I will fast travel out of here. And, I guess over to the Gilded Arena. Wow, really? Really? I'll fast travel outside of the Gilded Arena just because who knows if there's going to be a cutscene the second I enter the place. Okay. Oh, hello. Glad I, messed around with that stuff. Alrighty. And one more thing before I end the stream. Okay. These are meh. Health per kill. Not bad. But anyway. Oof. Again, if I had a money build. Arcane resistance, whatever. Okay. In any case, upgrade these. So, I will... Wait, what? Why is it showing that, like, I don't know. Anyway, upgrade. Okay. Let me... sack that first. Oh yeah, the amulet, or the talisman, whatever the heck it's called. Sack that. See, and because these generally do a little more, or because the green ones generally do a bit less for, you know, upgrading weapons and whatnot, I think I'd rather kind of save those for the sake of, you know, selling them instead of just using them like that. Okay. Well, I think that is all that I really care to do for now. So I will save the game. And yeah. I think that's a pretty apt way to wrap up the stream. You know, I finish things up with the Judicator, or because my throat's feeling a bit better, maybe I can wrap it up with one more chapter of Bible stuff. So, you know what? Give me a sec while I switch over to that. Okay. Here we go. Back to more chatting type stuff. Although I am noting that the stream feed as I see it is far behind enough that it still has me looking at stuff in the menu of Darksiders 2. But I mean, whatever. I guess that's just the, you know, normal latency setting. Why is it saying no data? No, it's not no data. It's just... yeah, there we go. Okay, excellent connection. Anyway, okay, let me switch this over. That's got to go to chapter 44 now, because, yeah, I already went through that chapter. All right. This chapter is kind of middle length. Okay. I keep wanting to check on the live stream tab just to make absolutely sure everything's going all right. This would be a reason why I would possibly want a second monitor for a live stream. Even if it's a smaller one, just so I could, like, see... just so I could separate these, and I would have one, you know, window that's just the live stream, like, from YouTube Studio, and then all the other stuff that I'm doing would be on the other screen. Anyway, okay. Let's set this up to do my last little Bible reading and then wrap it all up. Okay. So we've got that. And now, time to start recording our last video for today. That's going to make, oh geez, probably like 7 or 8 videos I've recorded within a roughly 5-hour time frame. Jeez. Maybe I should keep doing streams like this more often. It seems to encourage me to continue being a bit more productive. Or, well, maybe it's just the streaming helps me keep the recording mindset. So anyway, all right. Here we go. All right. Welcome back to some more Bible reading. This time we're going with Genesis chapter 44. So, Joseph's brothers came back to Egypt with Benjamin because they were that desperate for food. They were worried and wanted to try and set things right as best as they could. But Joseph ends up throwing them a feast. So, yeah, anyway. There may have been a subtle little hint of Joseph, alluding to the fact that he knows more about them than he's letting on, with the fact that he arranged them at the banquet table in order of their age. Also, he happened to give Benjamin 5 times as much as any of the other brothers. Anyway, alrighty. Enough backstory, let's just hop right into this. So, Genesis 44. Starting with verse 1. When his brothers were ready to leave, Joseph gave these instructions to his palace manager. Fill each of their sacks with as much grain as they can carry, and put each man's money back into his sack. Then put my personal silver cup at the top of the youngest brother's sack, along with the money for his grain. So the manager did as Joseph instructed him. Okay. Kinda wonder what's up with putting the silver cup in the young brother's sack. But we'll just have to wait and see, I guess. But otherwise, very similar to how he instructed them, to handle the previous situation where the brothers came to get food. So anyway, verse 3. The brothers were up at dawn and were sent on their journey with their loaded donkeys. But when they had gone only a short distance and were barely out of the city, Joseph said to his palace manager, "Chase after them and stop them. When you catch up with them, ask them, 'Why have you repaid my kindness with such evil? Why have you stolen my master's silver cup, which he uses to predict the future? What a wicked thing you have done.'" When the palace manager caught up with the men, he spoke to them as he had been instructed. Okay, so also, you notice this verse? This is what I was talking about previous times when, verses insisted on repeating things we had already heard rather than just saying something like this, where it's like, and they said what had happened. Like, why could it not have done that before? It's, again, I think the general idea is that it's in there for added emphasis. Sort of like Pharaoh's 2 dreams that had the same meaning. It was just to really hit the point home, so to speak. But anyway, let me check the footnote here related to the silver cup. So the Hebrew lacks this phrase, it says. perhaps it's the whole which he uses to predict the future phrase that's missing in the Hebrew. But there's, I guess, an old Greek manuscript that has it, which is why it's included here. Anyway. Alrighty, so Palace manager caught up with the men, told them what Joseph told him to say. And verse 7. "What are you talking about?" the brothers responded. "We are your servants and would never do such a thing. Didn't we return the money we found in our sacks? We brought it back all the way from the land of Canaan. Why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If you find his cup with any one of us, let that man die, and all the rest of us, my lord, will be your slaves." "That's fair," the man replied, "but only the one who stole the cup will be my slave. The rest of you may go free." So, again, why do... This is the kind of stuff that is the reason why we have verses in the New Testament that say things like, or is it in the New Testament? I don't know. Wherever it says it, it says, simply let your yes be yes and your no be no. Don't do all these things where you're swearing oaths and making these claims that if you're proven wrong, just turn out really badly for you. But there may have been some interactions in between, because we've had instances where it didn't seem like there was a whole lot of back and forth, but then as someone's recounting the situation later, there was more back and forth than that, and then it makes a little more sense out of their actions. So maybe there was some extra convincing that needed to be done. And that's why they decided to make this whole claim about, let the man die, who you find the cup with. Anyway. All right. So, verse 11. "They all quickly took their sacks from the backs of their donkeys and opened them. Palace manager searched the brothers' sacks, from the oldest to the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. When the brothers saw this, they tore their clothing in despair. Then they loaded their donkeys again and returned to the city. Joseph was still in his palace when Judah and his brothers arrived, and they fell to the ground before him. "What have you done?" Joseph demanded. "Don't you know that a man like me can predict the future?" Okay. I'm not 100% sure what that claim has to do with it, but I guess it was... Maybe he was tying that to his whole, accusing them of being spies or something like that. I don't know. Anyway. But of course, they're extra upset that it was found in Benjamin's sack because they had pretty much already sworn on their own lives to get Benjamin back home safely. So, of course, they're going to go through as much effort as humanly possible to try and make sure that he makes it back home safely. But anyway, so Joseph makes his comment about predicting the future. Verse 16. Judah answered, "Oh, my lord, what can we say to you? How can we explain this? How can we prove our innocence? God is punishing us for our sins. My lord, we have all returned to be your slaves, all of us, not just our brother who had your cup in his sack." "No," Joseph said, "I would never do such a thing. Only the man who stole the cup will be my slave. The rest of you may go back to your father in peace." I mean, under normal circumstances, that would seem like, the more honorable thing to do, to only punish the person who is found to really be at fault. But, it could be argued that they would have all been guilty of something if the money was back in all their bags. But then again, had they, had they asked about the account, whether what they owed had been paid off, the palace manager could have again just been like, "Oh yeah, it was already paid off," like he told them before. But so basically, Joseph would have had to bring more people into the deception to an even further extent. So I guess that would have made the act a little more difficult to keep up. Anyway. But because it's Benjamin that had the cup in his sack, they're probably going to plead their case and try and negotiate to make it so that Benjamin doesn't end up needing to stay. Or needing to be enslaved while the rest of them go back home. So anyway, verse 18. Then Judah stepped forward and said, "Please, my lord, let your servant say just one word to you. Please, do not be angry with me, even though you are as powerful as Pharaoh himself. My lord, previously you asked us, your servants, do you have a father or a brother? And we responded, yes, my lord, we have a father who is an old man, and his youngest son is a child of his old age. His full brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother's children, and his father loves him very much. And you said to us, bring him here so I can see him with my own eyes. But we said to you, my lord, the boy cannot leave his father, for his father would die. But you told us, unless your youngest brother comes with you, you will never see my face again." So far it seems like Judah is trying to, recount all these things that have happened in ways that they have been honest with him. Anyway, verse 24. So we returned to your servant, our father, and told him what you had said. Later, when he said, go back again and buy us more food, we replied, we can't go unless you let our youngest brother go with us. We'll never get to see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us. Then my father said to us, as you know, my wife had 2 sons, and one of them went away and never returned. Doubtless he was torn to pieces by some wild animal. I have never seen him since. Now if you take his brother away from me, and any harm comes to him, you will send this grieving white-haired man to his grave. So, again, there are other bits in this retelling by Judah that weren't necessarily included the previous time, or as it was initially read in prior chapters, because the whole as you know, my wife had 2 sons bit, that was not worded, certainly not completely the same way as that. Although the whole sending this grieving white-haired man to his grave was quite familiar. That was even, it even had the same footnote about, the Hebrew meaning to Sheol instead of to his grave. But anyway, I'll just finish that up. Go into verse 30. And now, my lord, I cannot go back to my father without the boy. Our father's life is bound up in the boy's life. If he sees that the boy is not with us, our father will die. We, your servants, will indeed be responsible for sending that grieving white-haired man to his grave. My lord, I guaranteed to my father that I would take care of the boy. I told him, if I don't bring him back to you, I will bear the blame forever. So please, my lord, let me stay here as a slave instead of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. For how can I return to my father if the boy is not with me? I couldn't bear to see the anguish this would cause my father. So, of course, Judah's the one stepping up and talking about this and trying to make this, negotiation, because he was the one who, in fact, basically guaranteed his own life for the sake of Benjamin's. Otherwise, it was pretty much just a recounting of things we had already read in previous chapters. But, I guess we'll have to see what the response is next time, because that's the end of this chapter. So, yeah, I guess that's gonna do it for this one. Yeah. Anyway. That's where I'll put a little outro bit when I go to edit the video. And, so another thing that... Here, let me switch over to this. Another thing that comes to mind as maybe a slight advantage doing the live stream option like this for, recording my videos and stuff like that and adding intros and outros later, especially for the outros, I can go through, kind of watch the video again, see if anything else comes to mind, and add some further comments in later on, which, especially for these Bible reading videos, seems particularly relevant and potentially helpful, because then I can add even further insight into the Bible verses that I'm reading through, which is like half the point of me putting YouTube videos out there of me reading through the Bible anyway. But yeah, anyway, that's gonna do it, I guess, for all of this. Whew. 5 hours of live streaming, and still not a single frame dropped. If I end up dropping some frames after trying to improve the quality a bit, I may revert back to these settings, but this is now the standard. This is my go-to. I know this works. It may not look exactly the greatest quality if you're watching the stream feed full screen, but otherwise, I see very little, if any, other downside to this. I would much rather have that than have a laggy stream that has to buffer between things and all that kind of stuff. So, lower video quality is much more preferred over that nonsense and having a crap ton of dropped frames. So anyway, I do think the next stream I'm going to try to improve the video quality back to 1080p and just keep the bit rate as it is and see if that makes a significant enough difference. But anyway, I also noticed with the previous live streams, I kind of had to, like the archived videos after the fact seemed to kind of cut the stream off a little bit early. So I think what I'm going to do to wrap this one up is I'm going to go to my, this thing. I'll leave that up for a little bit before I hit stop streaming. I'll do that on OBS, and then hopefully, because of doing that on OBS, that'll give it some time to kind of load the rest of the bits that are being transferred through the live stream and then it won't seem like it's cutting it off kind of early or anything like that. But anyway, okay, so this has been an interesting venture into live streaming, and I plan on continuing to do this in the future. Although I do wonder if maybe I should do these on Twitch. The main reason I am not sure about doing these on Twitch is that, like, I don't... Like, I'm thinking a couple of steps ahead. Let's put it that way. And it would, like, if I start doing that kind of stream on Twitch, if I ever want to do private streams, I would want to do the private streams on YouTube, because it has a whole... It has a way better method of doing private live streams than Twitch seems to have. Twitch's solution to having private live streams seems to be, oh yeah, just make a brand new account and give your stream some obscure title that's not really going to get hit by anything, you know, easily searchable. And, like, it just seems like such a weird, almost cop-out kind of way to try and do a private live stream. Whereas YouTube, you can literally just go into the settings of the stream and say, this stream is private. Do not let people see it unless I give them a link. So, anyway, that's my main reason for doing these streams. Well as my main activity on this channel is, my main content is already the YouTube videos anyway. So, like, it almost makes more sense that I would have streaming stuff also on YouTube, because then it's all in one location, and I don't have to, like, tell Twitch subscribers, hey, go over to YouTube for my videos or whatever. Anyway, okay. That's the last of my thoughts that I'm going to put into this. So, as I said, I'm going to put out that one little screen, mute the mic for a little bit, give it a minute or so of just extra time on the back end of the stream, so there's, like, no chance whatsoever of it seeming like it got cut off early. Anyway, so that's it for now. Yeah. As always, feel free to like this live stream, because I'm going to have it publicly listed as an archived stream as well. Feel free to, you know, go and give that a like if you enjoyed this format and want to see more of me streaming, because that will definitely give me more motivation to keep doing that. Otherwise, you know, all the usual bits: like, share, subscribe, click the bell. Definitely subscribe and click the bell. Even if you come for the live streams and aren't so much interested in the other videos that are just shorter segments of this live stream, I would hope subscribing and clicking the bell would still give you updates of when I'm going to go live. Because if that doesn't happen, then that would be an advantage to Twitch, letting your subscribers know when you're streaming by sending email notifications of that. But anyway, I digress. Like, share, subscribe, click the bell, all that good stuff. Look down, well, I think I still have in the description of these live streams information about my other social media pages and all that. So if you want to keep track of other stuff that I'm doing on other platforms that you may already be looking at a bit more often, then feel free to just follow me on those. And then, of course, as always, leave comments down below. I'm pretty sure live streams still allow comments after the fact. If not, then I apologize for misleading you. But if so, feel free to leave your comments. Yeah. So that's going to do it. I hope you're all doing well. Hopefully, I will see you and possibly others for any future live streams or just videos that I put out there or anything like that. But whatever the case is, until next time, stay cool, people.